Shade Wolf.
Shade Wolf
Easy
was
first. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Wasn't expecting a stream today? Well, you should join the Discord. I mentioned that there would in fact be one. I just had to eat first. Yeah, we had the GDQ hotfix, and if it were not do or die for this run, I would not have done a stream tonight. But we've only got today and tomorrow before Night Rain, so I either get this character all the way through and we finish and we get our victory right before Night Rain and we get to celebrate, or it dies and we're done and it's over. And those are the only two options. And if I took tonight off, there would be no time to finish this run. So we gotta just go. We gotta just go. Yo, what up, Peace Not War? Every time you hit the stream button, I'm alt-tabbed for the splittest of seconds. Well, never alt-tab.
Well then.
One more day of early waking up and you're free-ish. Let's go. Okay, where was I at? What was our current upgrade is 20, so that only needs 1, 7, and the 8s? I wonder if I even have... I have 1, 7, and the 8s. So all I need is the money to upgrade, which I think I actually have. And then we're done? Is that right?
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
1, 7, and then the 8s. I mean, I guess then we need an ancient, which I do not have for either of them. I can check if there's one in a shop, but we're pretty much set on this. Yo, good morning, Trevor. Gonna watch the Night Rain event tomorrow. Honestly, probably not. So that I can go in, you know, somewhat fresh, even somewhat blood, into the game. I mean, it won't, like, I already know a good amount about the game, but, like, I won't have absolutely everything spoiled for me. Honestly. Turn. Okay. We've got everything we need except for a ancient. Was night, right? Wow, I jump in sometime, Portal. Remember watching the game show event yesterday, the Game Awards announcement. Yeah, it's how time flies. Our stays until Night Rain are going to be long. No, they're not. They're going to be short.
That no matter.
I mean, maybe they're going to be long for you, but they're going to be short for me. Because I've got a goal that I need to get done before then. So it's going to feel like I have no time at all to get it done. Unequip. That's how you unequip. Drop pickup. Equip.
That no matter.
Make it Savage Lion's Claw so that we can have a cold, large club. I do not remember what all bosses I have and haven't killed. I just did Tombsword Catacombs. I remember that. 40-ish hours, no rush. That's a lot of rush. This takes about 20-ish hours, so I need to spend literally half of the waking, or not even half of the waking hours, half of the total hours between now and Night Rain's release playing this run. Well, that's not frostable, but am I scared of a falling star beast enough to swap out my Ash of War? I don't think I am. Even if it is the full-grown one. Challenge that. And then you just get behind him for this. Never worried for a second. Fake glintstone key. Determined to demolish local woods, yeah.
Good luck, Mitch.
Who's my favorite base game boss? Godfrey / Horalu. Thank you for the good luck. What up? Yeah, what up, Liv? Oh, was Zoodle here too and I missed it? Sorry, that was kind of a long fight with the Falling Star Beast. Okay, just keep leveling vigor. I gotta live. Oh my, I sound a bit better. Yeah, I think I'm almost over it. Honestly, I feel like my voice is just fine now. Like, you can technically still tell I've been sick, but like I don't feel like it's strained. I think it's just, you know, recovering. The only real concern I have is that like when I sleep, all the like mucus settles, and when I like wake up, I wake up like kind of in a coughing fit because it's all just, oh, don't like Revenant. Really do not like Revenant. Okay, but it's dead. That's typical, yeah. Oh, spiked crack tier. I like that. That wouldn't be fun, yeah. Scaly Revenant. Ugh. Thank goodness we got that early, to be honest, yeah. I mean, like, it usually is just, like, not that big of a deal just because, like, it is low health of a boss, but, like, it's still just so scary. It's just so scary. Okay, it's the two of them. If I can sneak up on the throwing one and just take it out immediately, this will be a yoke of a fight. Indeed, a yoke of a fight. Who let that cat in? Enjoyed your face after the close shave death night fight on the hotfix. Yeah, so it's still coughing. Excuse me. But, yeah. No, the hotfix was a lot of fun. Give me the spiked, and I guess give me Dex tier, because why not? It'll do something at least. Valued customer. Bring pestilence, apparently. He's allergic to the cat. That must be it. It's all your guys' fault. Oh, fire giant. Don't let the cat in. Need some codeine syrup. Yeah, honestly, maybe. I don't know that I have that. It's fine. Like, I'm not like suffering. It's just, it's minorly annoying to be coughing like this. Yeah, no. Oh, why are they walking over by the fire giant? I do not want to fight 3 things at once. That sounds miserable. I don't think I can, like, sneak around and kill them first, either. Maybe they'll walk far enough away that I can just fight the fire giant. If this goes badly, I'm prepared to just simply mog. This looks fine. Okay, it was fine. Juicy damage. Cozy, that's what you're trying to accomplish right now? It is nice to be cozy. Damage. Some big damage. Fire giant will wreck them for you, surely? I don't believe so. Not every boss does damage to other enemies around. I don't think that enemy that it was replacing, the Deathrite bird, does damage to other enemies. So I think Fire Giant would not have done damage to other enemies. It's generally a property more of the arena than of the actual boss. But I'm not actually sure. What's the difference between a speedrun and this? Well, this one I'm not trying to go fast. I don't care. I mean, there is a timer, but I'm not trying to go fast. I'm just trying to not die. Good job on GDQ hotfix today. Thank you. Think it kills bats around. Maybe then. Maybe it does. Maybe it does do PvP, whatever, splash damage, other enemy damage. I don't know what you'd call it. Friendly fire. That's the word. Maybe it does friendly fire, but I don't know. Final attempt. That's right. We either win on this attempt or we don't have any time left before Night Rain, so it's all Jover. There's like 40 hours in total between now and Night Rain's release, and this takes about 20 hours. And then if you consider the fact that I have to sleep twice before Night Rain releases, that's all the time we have. In theory, if it died right now, where we're only an hour and 20 in, I could probably afford an extra hour and 20. But if it dies in like 3 hours and we lose like 4 hours of progress, it's probably just too late. It's probably just too late at that point. Like, unless we try to like speed through and like take no precautions, in which case there's just no way we'll win. Yo, what up, tier? Ah, darn coughs. Mother, America, a curse upon thee. Oh, an Erdtree avatar, very nice. One gotta be finished before night rain, so technically a speed run. You know, I guess that's. I mean, it's a deadline run, so it's not every hour matters, but it is. If it was too slow, that would be bad. Okay, good. We got the splitting avatar out of the way. That's another one that's nice to see early. Why sleep when you could be playing FF14? True. The worst that could kill you, winter lanterns? Well, those are not randomized into other things. The worst thing that could kill me is a worm face when I'm over halfway through the run in an arena where I can't get under it immediately because it spawns too far away, and where it does the worst possible spit attack that full stun locks me in it where there's nothing I can do and I instantly die. That would be the worst thing. But I mean, it's a good thing that wouldn't happen again. Nice. This big club seems very good. Yep, it's a big club. What more could you want? That would never happen again. Where do you get it in base game? That's a good question. I have no idea. You could look it up yourself. It is called Large Club. Excuse me. Oh, man. The coughing is actually somehow worse today. Who's going to play Night Rain when it comes out? Everyone. Presumably.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Ooh, we've got Ronin's armor and Ronin's gauntlets. We're going for the full Ronin set, I guess. I keep that large club with me at all times. Blessing of America. I mean, technically useful. Okay. Veteran's Helm. I guess I'm also kind of going for a full veteran set. Large club seems very, plus Lion's Claw is very good. Yeah, I would say so. We beg, we bonk. I think AGNL will not be night raining either. Well, I mean, what, like, yeah, okay, people that, you know, didn't like Elden Ring probably not going to play more Elden Ring, but it's near Bloodhound's Fang. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I really hope this cough goes away by Night Rain. I do not want to be dying in my online co-op sessions because of a stupid cough. Okay, this is a spooky area because even if you kill these things, they just respawn infinitely, so you just have to go. You just have to send it. Send it and prage. Okay, it worked. People reduce Night Rain to, oh, it's nostalgia bait, but I think that's a lack of knowledge of the game. Oh, you mean the fact that it has, like, Dark Souls stuff in it? I mean, okay. Yeah, I do have nostalgia. Yeah, and yeah, I am getting baited. So what? If it's still a fun game, who cares? Oh, hi, Radagon. Hi, Radagon. I don't know if I've done... I think I have. I know one that I haven't done yet. Died too young. He's like 1,000 years old or something. Bye-bye. Vow of the Indomitable. Theoretically a decent Ash of War for a permadeath run. Where you can just avoid getting hit by some things. See ya. Okay, I need you to see me for a second so that you can respawn all your allies. That'll work. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ah! Ow! Maybe I do need some medicine or something. Ah! Hello! Don't apologize for this. You're sick, you can't control it. Yeah, well, theoretically I could mute my mic, but I don't have a keybind for that, so... Getting medicine was help? I don't know what medicine to get. What? Isn't it usually just like cough drops is like all you can do for coughs? Severe case of scarlet rot. It probably is. Yeah, we need some cleansing boluses. Oh boy, Astel. Okay. This isn't the final, is it? Or just because of Night Rain? Just because of Night Rain. This is the final one I'd be able to do for at least a month. So... And maybe in a month I won't want to do this, so it could be the last one ever. Bye-bye. Guess we'll do the night stuff. Final, because this is the run. That too. Nothing interesting from Bernie. Night Rain tomorrow. 2 days from now, basically. Less than 2 days, but 2-ish days. Bye-bye. Okay. Gonna have genuine solo mode balance or just drop in a 3-person balance? I don't know, but I'm kind of okay with it either way. Like, games, you know, should be balanced, but also I think it would be a fun challenge to be like, yeah, this is made for 3 players and I'm just gonna do it by myself. But of course, that's just me. That's not... It would be much better for everyone if it actually had different balance for solo.
Oi! You there! You were just... Thank you. I was pushed and I ended up... when they... And so this is all I hope... All I...
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Another duelist. Cool. Like this. Ruined box quest. Yeah. I feel like box quest was a surprisingly rare quest for people to complete. Bye-bye.
I am sorry you here. I dare say you're well, but one must. I was ex as a revive. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate.
Anything in here? Nope.
Very well. I'll be sure to never lose.
You know, they honestly might be good pants. I'll take them. And that's a real cheap rune arc. I probably will have too many. She looking kind of good, though. Sullen's voice crack when you skip dialogue. Okay, we're at 28. So we need 2 more than Godric to finish. I can't remember everything that I did from last time, so I'm just going to check. Tibia Mariner and Fringe Folk. That makes sense. Question for Nightmare. When you played the network test, I didn't. Were certain characters better suited for certain weapon types? No idea. Because I did not play it. Because it was console only. Now we go to Cringe Folk. Oh, the other half of Dectus. First, let me see if I have, yeah, I need at least 1 more stone sword key. We're gonna have to go buy that. Console only is more secure. I mean, that's true, but... Alright, I am gonna have to come back for more stone sword keys eventually, so it doesn't really make sense to just spend all my money on them right now. Cringe Folk. I don't know. I'm kind of in the mind that if you're making the experience worse for the, like, your regular customers in order to potentially combat the bad actors, then, like, the bad actors have kind of won. Like, well, not that that was necessarily their goal, but... Oh my god, am I actually gonna die? I'm literally stuck. I can't move. Oh! It's gonna run me over. Oh no, we're right at a spot. Okay. And it, for some reason, went back up. Okay. That was weird. I just couldn't move. There was nothing I could do in that situation. I did everything I could, and I ended up living. That was awful, though. I could not do anything. This is why it's cringe, yep. Ah, hey, Mesmer. I getting better? I think so. That is how sicknesses tend to work. You do eventually get better. Godric's Great Rune. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent find. Gulless Mesmer, yep. The Gull would have been before that. But like, to go back to what I was saying about the network test, it's like, you know, we all agree that like data mining and like people spoiling stuff and things like that isn't cool, right? But I don't fault the, you know, game company for it if that happens and people get spoiled and, you know, have a worse experience for that. Like, it's like, that's not the game company's fault. That's the people doing the data mining and all that's fault. So, like, if you have to make the experience worse for the people that want to actually try out your game and do the network test, and you don't get as good of test data because you're not testing on PC, where there might be different issues than you run into on console, and, like, you know, you're running into all these things that are definitively negative and are the result of the company's choices in order to try to prevent something that would not be of the company's fault, then I think that, you know, that's, to me, I'm like, I don't know that that's the most worthy trade-off. I can completely understand why a company would want to do it, and from their perspective, it's more important, but from my perspective, it's not.
PC network test because they were afraid that you would find speed strats before official release.
True, and I would have. Leakers do upset me a bit. I just don't like them. I agree. Leakers upset me. Like, it's, you know, it sucks that people do that. But I don't, in response to that, I don't want it to be like, okay, well, now we're just never gonna have betas for anything ever again. We're never gonna have demos for anything ever again. You could never play things on PC ever again. Like, you know, like, it just feels like that's too far. And, like, tons of games do network tests on PC still. Tons of games still do open or closed betas on PC still. And I don't know, maybe they do deal with leakers, but, like, I don't know, Kazan had a nice demo that was on PC for a very long time, and I don't remember that getting, like, you know, so data mined that, you know, the game was unplayable after because we already had everything spoiled. So I don't know. Like, so I feel like there has to be some sort of solution that is not just never include PC on anything. And maybe I'm wrong. It's just my personal, I would really like there to be a solution where PC also gets to network test. Not only about leaking, though. Okay. What else is it about? You like the Dota and CS community. IMO, it feels awfully cringe. I haven't been in the CS community ever. The Dota community, honestly, was mostly pretty fine. There were definitely a few very toxic people, but, like, it really depended on your rank. I found that the low ranks were toxic, but, like, it didn't matter to me. I was, like, I was able to really play past the toxicity and just win anyway and go, I'm sorry that you're so toxic, all of my teammates, but I'm going to carry you to victory. You don't deserve this victory, but I'm going to win anyway so that I can climb out of your awful ranks. And then I would just do that. And then once I got into, like, solidly high ranks, people wanted to win more than they wanted to flame. Who knew? That actually trying to win instead of just trying to win an argument against your own teammates makes you win more often. It was weird. There were still definitely some toxic people in the relatively high ranks, but it was a lot less. Stone sword key is great to find. And we're talking about Dota. CS, I have absolutely no idea how toxic or not they were. Vanilla Rusty Key. Opaline Bubble Tier, I actually don't love it, but it's better than nothing. It's good for RL1, but I think for Permadeath, Opaline Bubble Tier does not do enough. General. It's a test. Testing is better when it's isolated. Well then, in that case, you would do multiple tests, right? You'd do an isolated test just for Xbox, then you do an isolated test just for PlayStation, then you do an isolated test just for PC. Then you do an isolated test just for Switch if it's releasing on that, which I don't know if it is. Right? Like, it being isolated to 2 of the 3 platforms, by the way, we're never going to test the 3rd platform, is not really isolation. Right? Right? I don't know. It was on both Xbox and PlayStation, wasn't it? Or was it on only one of them? Then comes the stream snipers, boosters, account buyers, and people who throw for someone in the enemy team. Yeah. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm a console player, but hasn't PC the most stability problems in Elden Ring and Souls history? I feel like testing on PC is the most important so PC players can get more ready for the release of Night Rain so they can report on anything PC related, since I know games on the PC side can have some really weird problems. I'm not sure if that's true. Elden Ring on launch had problems on all platforms. Just absolutely on all platforms. PC is harder because there's just more different possible configurations of hardware. Like, the average PC probably had less problems than the average console. But the outlying PCs had many more problems than consoles had. So the total number of problems on PC was still probably higher. Yeah, just like... Yeah, PS5 had issues too, Xbox had issues too. Yeah, it was definitely not like an isolated PC issue. It's just like... Some PCs had very few issues, and some PCs had many issues. Because there's such a difference in hardware. Ideally, there should have been a separate test for PC, but alas. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying, is like... If it's about isolation, no problem. Have it separately for each console. Hello, rolling giant lightning ram. Just, like, include PC in there. Wanted to know, since your ignorance to PC ports, appreciate it so much. Yeah. Console brings in the money, so does PC. This game sold really well on PC. PlayStation and PC sold about the same, and Xbox did not sell nearly as well as the other two. Okay. Limgrave down.
I'm the Lord of all that is golden. And one day...
Really bummed they aren't releasing Night Rain on Wii U. Yeah, how dare they not? 31 out of 31.
bathed in rays of gold.
Well, if you test on PC, it would be modded to death right away. Is that a bad thing? Are we trying to claim that that's a bad thing? PC is always going to have more issues regardless of testing because of different software versions, hardware variation. They can test forever. There'll be issues with the game is released and software updates are released with it. That's true. But I mean, obviously, the earlier you test and the more you test, the more you can solve solution. You can have solutions before they become problems, etc. It's not like a, oh, it's impossible to find any solutions ever if you test, so might as well not even try. It's like a, yeah, you're not gonna catch everything in any pre-release testing, but you can catch some stuff. But yes, the total number of possible problems will always be higher on PC. Not everyone will experience those problems, but like, there will be some random problem that 5% of players on PC experience. That, you know, does not appear on PlayStation or Xbox because they are not that 5% of hardware. And then there will be a separate problem that affects, you know, 30% of PC players. And then there'll be a separate problem that affects a different 2% of PC players. And, you know, just because there are so many different hardwares, there will be problems that affect just small numbers of specific hardwares that don't interact well. Ooh, ow, 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 ow.
Surprised no matter. Why don't? Oh, but don't.
Bum. Buying games can mod on PC going forward. Did play on PS5 first, which was still okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with games being modded on release. I mean, maybe game companies do. Maybe game companies hate mods. But, like, there's nothing wrong for the players if a game is moddable on release. In fact, it's the opposite of a problem. It's positive if that can happen. Because now, even if the game has those problems that we mentioned, modders can just fix it. Now, for Night Rain, because it is an online game, it'll be a little different. Hopefully, this is not the Deathblight one, but we'll see. Oh, got a little too close. It is the Deathblight one. Oh. And I am completely surrounded by Deathblights. Okay. Oh god. I just have to let this go down. Okay. It's T-posing at me, which is great. Okay. I'll take that. It's just... Okay, I'll just deal with the Forgs then. Okay, okay. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Excited for Night Rain? We're almost there. Okay, Deathblight Dancing Lion down. All we gotta get through now is Worm Face, and we'll be in a great, great spot. My debuff is gone? No, it's still there. It's just lesser. It's a lesser debuff. Thank you for the GGs. Not used to taking fall damage on that, but okay. Alright, we'll go this way first, then we'll go down to the cave. Then we'll, make our way back. A bad B debuff. Watched Final Bingo Weekend yesterday. Congrats on the win and good luck on the run. Thank you. Let's go. It was very hard fought. I definitely almost threw. By not getting a gold horn tender before fighting Mesmer. Because I actually had such a good, like, plan. And, so, like, I was, like, doing things so right. And then I just forgot the gold horn tender. Gave up a complete flip of a square. Didn't go after jails when I could have won them. And just, like... Yeah, I basically gave away 2 squares for no reason at the end. And it turned it into, like, a really, really close match. Can only see the last 2 messages from chat. No, I should be able to see all the messages from chat. Previously, I was only able to see the last 2 messages when my multi-chat wasn't working, but now we should be fine. I think. I mean, I can't see every message from the last hour, but... Made it to the final boss in the Nightmare Sea. Definitely gonna save that for tomorrow. Nice. I do sometimes just miss messages coming through. Fixed it. Yeah. Did you see my my most recent death, Tom? On this challenge? I got a new PB. We got further than we had before, and it was probably my dumbest death yet. Yes, it is this one. Oh, Devonia? We got a Devonia here. Rough way to die. Yep, it was so instant. That is the most instantly I've been death blighted ever. That's a bad first attack. Yep, and in that arena, I just couldn't get close enough to get under in time. I was trying to full strafe and roll, and it did not work. I have to close the gap. I was trying so hard to close the gap, and then I could see he was right about to start spitting, so I was like, oh, I gotta go sideways. I don't know. Did not work. Ah. He should put it in his offhand and not actually try to hit me with the club. Yep, there he goes trying to punch me. That was silly. Excuse me. He T-posed. Okay, cool. Lion's Claw Dift. Why does he put it in the left hand? Well, it already is in the left hand. He just doesn't two-hand... Mimic Tears don't like to two-hand their left-handed weapon. They like to two-hand their right-handed weapon. Which is, in this case, just nothing. I am two-handing my left-handed weapon. How'd hotfix go? Pretty well. We got a 308, which is not a bad time, and I feel like it was pretty entertaining. You rated, but ended right as I rated. I guess technically you rated into here then, I guess. Ooh, that troll is... Yep! Yep, troll! Yep, troll! It's fine. Not really clear on the rules of 4 players, all bosses. There are 4 players. There is all bosses. All of the bosses must die. We have 4 players to make all of the bosses die. That's about it. Worth it. Oh, wait. Grab this grace for later. Excuse me.
4-player all bosses hotfix was entertaining. Especially when Chris leveled his weapon at the wrong time and the wrong weapon.
Look, the wrong weapon has happened to me before. I've leveled once into the wrong weapon because I had the wrong weapon equipped and I didn't realize that I didn't swap to Great Stars and like, oh, oops. And I've leveled it once and then I had to go get some extra stones and then, you know, whatever. But him just going completely off route, leveling up before Magnus because he was just like, oh, wow, this will make Magnus faster. Like, what? What? You don't even have the right weapon at that. That's not even like a oopsie. That's like a whole a whoops-a-daisy or something. The Night Rain team combined. That's right. More players have their own routes that kill different bosses from each other. Yes, yes, yes. Hotfix run including DLC. Yes, I was mostly the DLC guy. Nice. Coffee makes you more EP, huh? Your body is just so used to processing caffeine that it goes straight to the crash. You don't get any of the energy part. Ow. To be honest, I don't know if caffeine does anything for me, but since I try to mostly have things that, like, I know are caffeine when I know that I need to, like, have energy or stay up, I don't think it actually affects my body that well, because, like, I probably have too much soda with caffeine in it in general anyway, so, like, my body's probably processed it all out. But I'm placeboing myself into staying awake by saying if I drink this energy drink instead of a soda, it will have caffeine in it that will keep me awake. Even though I know that soda does anyway. But I tell myself this thing will keep me awake, and then it keeps me awake because I tell myself that it will. Nice monster placement. Yep. Monster has gotta, you know, sponsor me or whatever. But probably not, though.
Can you placebo yourself to not die this run?
Yeah, I just tell myself that it's impossible for me to die this run, and then I just won't die. That's just how it works.
Please, no. Dear me.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one.
Well, we're finished. Because, I beg you, you must keep...
Oh. This is a weird spot for all of this to be happening. Lived one? That's wild. Very good NPC. Thank you. I worked hard on it. Apostle. Looks like just Apostle. Yeah. Which could still be Snail. And it is Snail, because it's got white blood, I'm pretty sure. It is Snail. He's going into the ground. Don't tell me that still goes off. No, it does not. Cool. Okay. I just wanted to deal with the enemy down there before I got the 1v1. I'm surprised by how tanky this noble is. When it's part of the snail. Snailed. The snail from the mountaintops. I don't remember where the spirit... Yeah, no, it is mountaintops. I think that's correct. Does the snail summon another if you don't hit it? I've never tried. I'm almost positive the answer is no. Not that one. The other one with the Crucible Knight, yes. We'll just keep summoning them, I'm pretty sure. Crucible Knights are infinite, yeah. Omen Killer Snail. A snail probably could kill an Omen Killer. It's the Omen Killer snail. Try Theodorix in Nightmare Seed. Oh boy. That Nightmare Seed thing seems really funny. If I had time, I would have played it, but I want to complete this challenge. A Ghost Flame Dragon. Then my Frost, I think, is bad against it. I don't think it's frostable, but oh well. Hopefully it's fine. Because I could have made this holy, which would have done extra damage to it. Trade hits, it's worth it. Okay, it's not the summoning one. Rakshasa helm. Good for damage. Bad for living. Ah, Romina. You're having fun. Why is it the final attempt? Is there some sort of timer? Night Rain comes out in just a few days. So if I don't get it today, or if I don't get like a run that is continued today, I do not have time to finish before Night Rain. Whatever. Okay. Hey, Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. That's what we needed. I can max out my weapon now. Maybe a Romina sounds like something Roman Emperor would say that's quoted for centuries. Why does that actually work so well? If you kill them so fast they can't hit you, Rakshasas is great for living. You know, that's a good point. I never thought of that. It's a cool names this run, yeah. What's the release date? Join the community after 2 weeks, though. Enjoy Night Rain. Hey, we will. Hope you have a good travel. "38 bosses, making good progress." Yeah, we're basically there. I would use the anvil in this run, honestly, if I got it and had enough stats for it. The anvil is a very good weapon.
Well, shatter it is here by the match, and so the you are free. I would so if you find, unless in which case. You Lord Radigan came to soon. However, Radigan taking the mystery as to why and moreover. You know, famed when he glimpsed, and as such, she is the great, sadly, and then, in now she the grim, you would do severing up.
We download Night Rain, have 6 days off work. Yeah. I mean, hopefully, yeah, I mean, I imagine because of the nature of Night Rain's kind of drop in, drop out playstyle, it doesn't seem like something that you need to marathon. I mean, we will, but it does seem like if you have to play it over, you know, the course of months, a little bit, excuse me, each day, sorry. Seems like you do just fine. You're not gonna, like, forget, where was I? When you, like, come back to it and then, like, have to redo a bunch or, like... Bonk. Sacred tier.
I will marathon Nitrin until I learn how to deflect every move in the game.
True. And nothing can stop me. Oh, I should have gone and upgraded my weapon. I guess I'll have to go back and buy some stone sword keys as well. Get me out. 1 or 3 player only thing kind of bugs me since I have one person I specifically want to play Night Rain with. Yeah. Understandable, but you can always do the 2 of you plus a random and it shouldn't be that bad. Or find a 3rd person to play with. Like, I don't think it's not like a big deal. But I do understand. I do think that I would rather have it be 1 or 3 and it's very well balanced for 1 and very well balanced for 3 than have it be, you know, 1 through 5, whatever group party size you want, and it's just like not balanced for them. Now, if it was 1 through 5 and it was well balanced for all of them, then that could be cool, but I know that that would be harder to accomplish. Big dog. I'm just gonna leave that last item. The dog is just guarding it. Look forward to solo challenges of Night Rain 2? Yeah. Not super sold on Night Rain as a concept. I mean, kind of me neither, but like, I don't know, looks fun. I don't think it's gonna be the greatest thing ever, but all it needs to be is fun, and I think it will accomplish that. Definitely gonna be fun, and that's all it really needs to be. It's not even full price, right? It's 40 or something. So like, especially for that price, like, if it's fun and it lasts, you know, a few days to a few weeks, like, yeah, whatever. It's like 40 bucks, yeah. So I'm just not like super concerned.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as
And duos, yeah, will probably be modded in.
Queen man, a god of the grim.
Okay, whatever. Hoping it's not a huge success, they can concentrate more on the single player focused content. That's fair. I mean, to be honest, like, I love Elden Ring. But I'm kind of sad that Elden Ring was such a huge success because I think it's already caused them to focus more on things that I'm not necessarily as much of a fan of. Because I agree with you. I want just give me another, here is Souls game. Here is fun Souls game that is Souls. With the Souls stuffs. Like, I think Elden Ring executed an open world very, very well, but I don't really want them to, like, continually do open world stuff. And I don't really want them to go in the direction that they did with a lot of the bosses, because I think a lot of the bosses in Elden Ring are... honestly, bad might be giving them too much credit. I think a lot of the bosses in Elden Ring are legitimately atrocious. Oh, I almost have enough. Name 20? Name 20 that are legitimately atrocious, you mean? Honestly, sure. I think I can. Here. off the top of my head, 20 bosses in Elden Ring that are legitimately atrocious. Off the rip. I'm not gonna look up a list. Godskin Duo, Valiant Gargoyles, Elden Beast. That one's a little personal. You guys might like the spectacle of him, but for my money, Elden Beast, legitimately atrocious. Fire Giant, Lamenter Senesax. I want to say Metter, but like I kind of like some things about her, so I'm not going to include Metter, even though the laser, legitimately atrocious. But Leda and Friends, technically not a boss. I don't care. I'm counting it. Frick that guy. Literally every NPC, but I'm going to give special shout-outs specifically for being legitimately atrocious to Fia's Champions, Gideon Ofnir. Is that all I want to do for NPC bosses? We'll leave it there for now. Crucible Knight Duo. I think that fight sucks. Especially on release. Even now, though, I think it sucks. I think it's legitimately atrocious. Placidusax. Again, some of you might like it. Fortisax. Again, some of you might like it.
Lamey Ibunny redeemed a coin flip and chooses Tails.
Oh, good luck. Tails does never fails. Yeah, I could literally just name every single NPC boss. I kind of feel like that's almost cheating though. Like obviously all the NPC bosses suck, but we know that they suck. So like I'm not going to list out every NPC boss, but like I could literally just go and then there's Vike and then there's Gary and then there's like I could just go through everyone, but I think that's kind of cheating. So far we're at 12. Oh, Royal Revenant, Grafted Scion. Let's see. I've got more in the tank. I just got to think. Jory, great call. Great pick, guys. You guys are cooking here too. Golden Hippopotamus. Do I want to almost give it the benefit of the doubt because the phase 1 is kind of fine-ish? Nah. Frick Golden Hippopotamus. Put it up there. Call it 16. Oh, Deathblight Lion. Good pick. Wormface. Duh. Obvious. How did I not come up with those right away? Frick them. Goldflaw for being a repeat? Nah, Goldflaw's fine. I think repeats are whatever. But Tree Spirits. I'm just gonna put all Tree Spirits in one. I'm not gonna list out all the different Tree Spirits. I'm just gonna say Tree Spirits. So, right? Again, I don't want to be like cheating on this and just like name a class of enemy and then like that's technically 20 right there. So I'm just gonna say Tree Spirits. BBK? No, only Valiant Gargoyles. BBK by themselves is fine. Rykard? Rykard has a few terrible moves, but overall I think Rykard's fine. First time catching a stream after finding a YouTube channel. Keep it up, yo. Thanks. So what do I want for my 20th? I gotta make the 20th one special. To round out this challenge, the 20th one's gotta be special here. A special, supremely type of one, you know? PCR? Nah, I wouldn't put PCR up there. Morgott. I hate Morgott. There we go. 20. There's 20 for you. Niall special mention 21. That was a good pick. That's a good pick. You guys are right. OG Consort, you know, OG Consort could probably go there, but they fixed it, so again, I'm gonna give that the benefit of the doubt. Flappy Hippo, already said it. Sunflower, I could see Sunflower, but meh. Why Morgott? Because I think all of the attacks that he has that you remember that are special. Whoa! You can't just let it hang out like that, D. Well, maybe that's why they call him D. All the attacks you remember from Morgott are awful. All the attacks that stick out in your brain and you go, I remember that he has that attack, are all terrible. His attacks that you don't remember are fine, but the attacks that you remember where he like pulls out 2 and then he goes like spin, 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 slam, spin, spin, slam again, is like, okay, cool, give it a rest. Like, it's not fun to deal with. You know how you deal with it? You stand over on the other side of the arena, you watch him, and you go, good job, Morgott. Wow, nice moves. Cool. Oh, is it my turn yet? No, still. No, it's still your turn. Okay, keep going. No, awesome. I think Morgott's attacks are awful. Magma worms. Magma worms are almost more buggy than they are like an actually bad fight. Like, they're fine fights, but then they'll just randomly like drag you into the magma with their body, which like, yeah, it does suck. But like, I don't know. I don't really feel like it's like an awful fight. I think it's just the physics engine sometimes gets confused. Oh, speaking of Crucible Duo, I hate this fight. Honestly, Estelle is like a reasonable another honorable mention. We got lucky though this time. The one of the Crucible Knights actually stayed back for a while. Sometimes they never stay back. We had a Deathless Randomizer League one where neither of them would stay back at all. I ran to the opposite end of the room like 7 times and neither of them would stop attacking. Oh. Which is, you can kind of see happening here. They're just both charging in. Hey. What, heads? No. It was supposed to be tails. Someone rerun the calculation.
Lamey Ibunny has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
Oops. Whoa, I was behind you, buddy, but okay. Bad week for the timeout. Yeah, this was quite the gamble you took. Unless you really don't want to get spoiled on Night Rain, and that's why you did it, because you were like, I want to go play Night Rain myself. I mean, you can still watch, you just can't chat. I think that's always the case for timeouts, but even for bans, I let banned people still watch. Just not chat. Yo, thanks for the good luck. I'm gonna be watching for all your personal night ratings, so you get it, yeah. Have you read the Team Hitless Morgott guide? If I remember correctly, they mentioned a couple of different dodges for the spinning helicopter move that are not just stay the F away. Oh, no, no, no. I know how to fight Morgott. Don't get me wrong. I know how to fight Morgott. I have learned how to fight Morgott. But I think that all bosses, and this is a general perspective, I think all bosses, every single boss, needs to be evaluated not on how you can do it if you've got a guide, not on how you can do it if you fought it for 10,000 hours, not on how you can fight it if you're like trying to learn optimal punishes, not on how it plays if you know, have sold your soul to the devil for gaming god prowess and now you can perform every single strafe that ever has existed. It needs to be evaluated based on, I see the boss, I fight the boss, I do natural, intuitive dodges based on what I see the boss attacking at me with. And it's not like, oh, I got hit once, this is a bad boss. It's like,
Good luck, bitch.
What the frick am I supposed to do against that? It doesn't make sense. That's not good. That's not good. IMO. Can I meet that devil? So, like, it's not... even bosses that I can be very proficient at, even bosses that I can consistently kill first try, hitless, whatever, if I don't believe that such a thing was well designed with a player walking into the fight and playing how a normal player would play, then I still think it's a bad boss. Waterfowl has entered the chat. That's a good example. Waterfowl is one that, you know, if you look up a guide, if you practice it for 10,000 hours, if you whatever, yeah, you can do it hitless almost every time. But it is a, in my opinion, very badly designed move. Because if you don't do any of those things, it just doesn't have a solution. You're just getting hit. I swear that just always tracks you. Somehow. Aye. Double quarter. Waterfowl is an example of how a relatively intuitive boss becomes a nightmare because of a single obtuse move. Yep. Basically, a good boss should be one that someone who's only played through Elden Ring once, can generally understand and make progress on in a reasonable number of tries. I think that's a good way to put it. You don't need to be able to do it perfectly in 10 tries. It shouldn't be like every boss needs to be so easy that I can first try it, or 5th try it, or 10th try it, but that I can feel like I'm making reasonable progress towards. That's a good way to put it. I really like that phrasing. I forgot what good bosses could be until I played Kazan, yeah. And so, in my opinion, Morgott does not follow that. Oh, Midra does, though. Midra's an awesome boss. Midra. What are bosses you don't like in Sekiro? Headless, Shichiman. Yeah, I couldn't get far enough away because of the wall. Blazing Bull, but like not like hate, just like I don't think it's great. I'd put it like C tier, maybe D tier, but not F tier. Not the boss, but the arena encounter the drunkards are often just like swarmed by other enemies that you have to deal with first. I think those as encounters aren't so fun. I think the Juzo actual boss fight, really solid, really fun. But like I always felt like I had to cheese them because of the enemies nearby. So like the boss plus arena is like not great. That might be it. Demon of Hatred, I think is like a solid high C tier, like a decent. Maybe if I'm feeling in a really good mood, I'd put it in like B tier. It's definitely not like A or S, but like I think it's reasonably decent, even though I know a lot of people hate it. Bye bye. Work on GDQ tonight. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. IZP did that perfectly for me. Some of the bosses there are peak. Some are not, but that's just how it is sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I would say that Liza P, every boss except for Black Rabbit Brotherhood 2, a little bit of Black Rabbit Brotherhood 1, maybe those are the only two, followed that principle of you should feel like you are making progress towards learning it, even if it's really hard. Because every other boss, it did feel like I was learning the timings, I was learning the perfect guards, I was learning whether I needed to dodge or not, and like I had a sense of what I could do to avoid the attacks. So I thought the boss fights in Liza P were really, really good. Made the mistake of your very first Souls-like experience being playing a pure mage in Elden Ring. I mean, that's not bad. Pure mage definitely works in Elden Ring. Laxasia is a nightmare. Laxasia is really hard and really hard to learn. But to me, I still felt like I was constantly making progress on learning her, even if she was very hard to learn. I didn't feel like I wasn't learning, but I did feel like it was slow. What? What just happened? You're blocking the doorway, so you're gonna die. I think that bird is sick. Sicker than me. Romeo's Fire Flurry still gets you. I think Romeo's Fire Flurry was, yeah, was really ridiculously tough. But I still felt like if you give me Romeo's Fire Flurry versus Melania's Waterfowl, I mean, it's not a contest. Romeo's Fire Flurry was infinitely more learnable. Okay. Big bird in a small space. Easy hitless. Easily knock Romeo out of his Fire Flurry with a Fable Art too. That too. How do you feel about bosses in the Demon's Souls DS1 style, where most bosses have intended strats that you discover through gameplay that trivialize them if you want to use it? I haven't played Demon's Souls, so I can't really comment on that. Dark Souls 1, I don't really feel like that was most bosses. Was it? Did most bosses have a strat that trivialized them? I mean, Capra Demon, I feel like did, but I feel like most of the others, not really. They were more straight up fights. Oh, hello, Sir Gideon Ofnir. Okay. Hi, Sir Gideon Offnear. Did you answer your Witcher 3 question? I'm sorry, I missed it. It scrolled up off the chat. Could you ask it again? Yes, beat him. Big armor guy before Anor Londo is gimmicky too. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. The big armor, yeah. I can't remember his name, but I know the one you're talking about. Also, I haven't played The Witcher 3, so if your question involves, how do you think about The Witcher 3? I haven't played The Witcher 3, so... The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is the GOAT RPG. If not, what is your top picks? Do you have Witcher 3 VOD that you can watch? Ah, well, sorry, there's the answer. I have not played The Witcher 3 yet, so... I do have a Witcher 3 shirt, but I have not played it. I'd like to play it at some point. I'm scared that when I play it, I'm not gonna be able to get over the combat not being as good as Souls, because I know the combat is not as good as Souls. And so I'm hopeful that whenever I try it, I give it a fair chance for its positives and don't judge it too harshly on that one negative. Because I'm a big gameplay Andy. I am a big gameplay Andy. Like, out of my top 20 games, 19 of them are in there for the gameplay, 1 is there for the story. I've only ever played 1 game that I think the story was so good that even though the gameplay was decent, it wasn't like amazing, but it wasn't terrible, that I put it there, which was Nier Automata. Nier Automata is the only game I've ever played where the story carried it hard enough that I didn't care that the gameplay was, like, not one of my top gameplay games. Which it does end up being hack and slash at a point, so... Okay. Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm not, like, bored of it or hating it, I'd play through it. Number of bosses, the strat is you're supposed to summon NPCs.
Well,
that might be.
Mitch. I just saw him on TV a few hours ago. On
TV, that's right. What are those 20 games? Okay, I don't know that I can actually name you my top 20, but I'll give you a random splattering of games that are at least in my top 50 that might be in my top 20. I haven't like fully ordered them in my list, but obviously Sekiro, Elden Ring, Lies of P, Nier Automata, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Kazan, Another Crab's Treasure. I don't know that I can give you 20 right now. Hold on, let me give you what? Oh, Monster Hunter. I mean, let's go with both Wilds and World. I think we're both incredible. I'll leave out, although they might be up there, Freedom 1, Freedom 2, Freedom Unite are all ones that could be in my top 20. But I'm going to leave them out for now. Actually, know what, to get to 20 mods. Freedom 1, Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. So now I'm at 13. I don't have an imbued sword key. Darn, I thought I did. Ocarina of Time, good point. FF7 I haven't played. Chrono Trigger, honestly, I don't know that I'd put there. I did like Chrono Trigger. I thought Chrono Trigger was great. I don't know that it's a personal top 20 of mine. Ocarina of Time for sure. Majora's Mask for sure. Maybe Breath of the Wild. I'd have to think more on that. Wind Waker. Oh god. Oh god. Urge. Wind Waker would go in top 20. So now we're at 16. Where's the entrance? Me when I cannot find the entrance because it's under this guy. Ah. I haven't played the newer God of Wars. They might be up there if I play them. I'm still annoyed that they were exclusive for a while, so... I have not played a lot of Minecraft, but Minecraft would not go in my top 20. I have played a decent bit of Terraria, but that would not go in my top 20. Hollow Knight, haven't finished it yet. It so far would not go in my top 20. Honestly, 9 Souls. 9 Souls would probably go in my top 20 somewhere. 9 Souls was great. Did you play Armored Core 6? I did. That one is probably a top 50, but not a top 20 game that I've played. Armored Core 6 was really fun, though. Did you play Hades? I did. I don't think personally it would go in my top 20. Maybe my top 15. Slay the Spire might. But I need to play it more. I've like barely played Slay the Spire. Wukong? I'd definitely put Wukong top 50. I don't think I'd put it top 20. What was that card game? Hearthstone? The one that I played a bit yesterday. You know, Hearthstone would probably go up there. I've definitely played it for enough hours. It's kind of a weird pick. It's kind of an off-meta pick, but I'd probably put Hearthstone in my top 20. You know what? For all the hours I've spent, as much as I hate it now, if you amalgamate World of Warcraft over the last 15 years or whatever, 20 years that it's been out, whatever, World of Warcraft has to go up there. Overwatch? Nah, I didn't really like Overwatch. Balatro. Balatro. I really like Balatro, but I wouldn't put it as a top 20, I don't think. That wasn't a top 50 game, it's a top 50 addiction. And boy, was I addicted. Overwatch was a joke, lol. I mean, a lot of people liked Overwatch. I didn't really like Overwatch. I liked it for like a few days in beta. And then I was like, okay, I'm kind of over this. And then people wanted to keep playing it. And I was like, nah, I'm pretty over this. Baldur's Gate 3? Personally, no. I think it was a great game. And I had fun playing it with my friends. I have no desire to play it solo. I have no desire to play it again. Unless my friends are like, let's play it together. And, you know, I just want to play something with my friends. But as a game, personally, I was not that interested in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it was a great, amazing game. But the way that I enjoyed it was like, this is fun to mess around with friends, not like, I'm so invested in this game. Oh, another troll? Get clubbed. Royal troll. Type stuff. Baldur's Gate 3 is your hot take. Cannot give a crap no matter how hard I try. I mean, it's a very specific type of game. Like, Baldur's Gate, like, the genre for Baldur's Gate 3 is one that I think most people can enjoy at least a little, But I think for the people whose niche it is, love Baldur's Gate 3. And that's awesome. Like, it's good to be a game that has a good niche. It's just like, if you do not have that niche, if you do not have the patience for, like, that very, you know... It's not necessarily slow, but maybe you guys understand what I mean by slow style of game. You know, literally turn-based and, like, thinking out the, like, stuff and, like, tactical and story-driven and things like that. If that is not your niche, then, yeah, it can be hard to get super invested in. I am. Anything cool here? Doesn't look like it. I could pick up some gold pickled foul feet that I'll forget to ever use. Baldur's Gate was a really fun game to watch someone else play. I mean, it was fun enough to play. It's just like, it was fun enough to play with other people. It is a good play with friends game. Divinity Original 2 is such a superior CRPG in almost every respect, in your opinion. I haven't played Divinity Original Sin 2, so I don't know. I haven't mentioned Bloodborne. Haven't played it. It's not on PC, so I have not played it. I will play it as soon as it comes on PC. But it's not on PC, so... And if you're shocked that I haven't mentioned DS2 or Demon's Souls, I have played at least a bit of both of those. Didn't love them. And, that's a me problem. I hate, consumable healing items as the main healing source. In a Pokemon game, I've never used a potion in my life. In a Final Fantasy game, I've never used a potion, you know, HP up, whatever they might be called in in my life. I've never used an ether. I've never used a PP up. And I never will. And so making that the main way that you restore health in Demon's Souls, hated it. And making that be the secondary, but also very main, you know, not like secondary, like way secondary, like second main healing in DS2, I hated that. Also, the controls sucked on PC, but I mean, that's, you know, that's just a thing. Hooray! South Raya, or Raya Gate Key. You get older, then you will need a PP up. But I still won't use it. Consumables in my IRL? I don't think so. Expedition 33 removing consumables was such a good improvement to the JRPG formula. They removed consumables in Expedition 33? Okay, well, I have to play it now. Sorry to hear about the PP. Alright, Sean. Alright. Okay, well, now I have to play Expedition 33. They got rid of consumables? Let's freaking go. Holy... Like the blood vial mechanic in Bloodborne, but Bloodborne does have a bunch of flaws. Well, do you like the using of the blood vials, or do you like the gathering of the blood vials? Because the using of the blood vials being like a, you know, fast, like you stab it in your leg and you get the heal back right away, and like, you know, you can carry a ton of them, but they don't heal like necessarily as much as an Estus. All of that sounds fine to me. It's just the like, now go farm them for 20 minutes so that you get a chance to fight the boss again for another hour. No thank you. Do I want that? Probably not. Have a safe journey. Estus 33. See, how did nobody mention that yet? When they've been trying to get me to play Expedition 33, how did nobody say they got rid of, you know, they got rid of consumables? I think they should have made it so you always have like 10 blood vials at a time, but you could farm for another 10. That'd be at least a good half measure. Also, can't Estus during fights in 33? It's only outside of fights. That's totally fine. That sounds cool to me. That's fine. Use healing items in Expedition, there's just nothing to collect. Yeah, sounds fine to me. Moon healing and spells, that's it. Cool. Every game is like Dark Souls these days. Well, Dark Souls had a really good gameplay formula. It's no wonder that people want to copy it, because it was successful, and it was successful because it was good. Like, Dark Souls was like so good in so many of its game systems that even though, you know, some other things about it are kind of lacking and not the greatest, like, those gameplay systems have endured because they were so good. And it being like one of the first games that had those gameplay systems like Estus in that particular way, and difficulty that a lot of games were sometimes like scared to implement and things like that. Just, oh. It is no wonder that it has become kind of a trend. Ooh, Rune Bear. Ooh, these are some enemies. E33 is quite hard on expert, nice difficulty. Nice. Don't have to farm once you get access to the cum dungeon. Yeah, but then you're circumventing the game rather than playing it. Oh, if players feel the need to circumvent your game systems instead of engage with them, then it's a bad game system, right? Like, I'm not saying Bloodborne is going to be a bad game because of blood vials, but I am saying that the blood vial system is probably not great if a lot of players are just like, yeah, I'd rather just not deal with them and just get infinite money and purchase infinite of them from the start of the game. Circumvent. Excuse me. You can't talk about Chalice Dungeons. It lets you walk around the game entirely. Right, exactly, yeah. You know, 100% play the game normally without farming blood vials. Yeah, you can. Necessity versus want. If players want to and choose to not engage with your game systems, then I think your game systems have not done their job. Even if it's like, well, you don't need to engage with these game systems. It's like, okay, so then players are choosing not to. You should make a game system that players enjoy and are like, I really like. Oh. Huh. Well, isn't this an interesting boss? Excuse me? Sure. Okay. Bonk. Nice. Easy. Blood vial system very quickly becomes redundant, yeah. Ah. I still don't think my voice is 100% up to the woos. You can keep using them. I think I'm just gonna not woo along. I think my voice is like 80% of the way back to wooing, but I don't think it's 100% back just yet. Hello. And it bugs you that Elden Ring DLC didn't give us an additional Great Rune to equip. Seems so obvious of a thing to include. I mean, I don't... I kind of agree with that. Excuse me, sorry. But also, I would have just liked to see the Great Rune system, like, kind of overhauled. Like, I think there should be some passive benefit to Great Runes, even if you don't have a Rune Arc equipped. Because if I'm not using Rune Arcs, then the entire Great Rune system, this entire, like, the most powerful things in the land between become useless. Become, like, a complete non-issue. A reward that isn't a reward, because I don't use them. So that would be my more pressing issue with Great Runes, is like, can they do something when I don't have a Rune Arc? 90% of the players saved all Rune Arcs to Elden Ring 2, yeah. 600 hours plays, never used a Rune Arc. Yep. That's a big bird. Oh, this is scary. Okay. Can I aggro just the big bird? Or just that is fine too, actually. I just want to take these out very separately because... Are you gonna come over here, or are you just... Okay, yeah. Come on. No. Get over here. Yes. No. Get over here. I'm not taking on you plus the serpent plus the big bird. Game does not give a good indicator of how to actually unlock a Great Rune. That's true. Yo, what up, Danny? Good luck on perma life. Yeah, because we would never die. Bloodborne is your second favorite Souls, but pro-vile argument sounds very much like Get Good to me. I mean, I think what it is it's a very natural human reaction. If there's a game that I like, then I want to defend the game that I like. And so if I liked the game, then I want to defend the systems in the game. And I am 100% like guilty of that too. So like even if a system wasn't necessarily good or positive or impactful, if I liked the game overall, then it's much easier to just say, oh, well, it's fine, you can work around it, you can play around it, the game's still fun regardless, you know, and like make excuses for it instead of just saying, yeah, that was kind of a bad system, right? Because you liked the game. And it feels like if you're criticizing one aspect of the game, that feels like criticizing the game. Which, I mean, is literally true. It is literally criticizing a part of the game, but is not necessarily, like, fully helpful. To be like, if the game was good, then the systems didn't need changes. But that's just like human nature, you know? It is one of the toughest things as a human to do, to have something that you like, especially something that you like a lot, or that is your favorite something, and be like, and here are its shortcomings. And I'm sure there are also some people that legitimately just like it, but I think there's also people that will just defend it. And I have probably done the same thing many times with Sekiro. Like, I've had to catch myself. I've seen people playing Sekiro, and they come across something, and they're like, oh, God, I hate this. This is, you know, whatever. And I've been like, well, you can deal with it if you just... And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm doing that same thing. Oh, God. Ooh, great stars. Don't mind if I do. I'll change it after this. I will make a cold great stars, and then we'll shred everything. Because, like, that's not, you know, really helpful to someone to just be like, oh, well, if you just do this, you can deal with it. Instead of, sometimes you want to vent your frustration of, like, this thing is bad, even if I can deal with it. Anyway, why do you choose cold? In this randomizer, it's all I have. But in general, I like cold over bleed because I'm generally only going to get one proc of either. They do about the same amount of damage, and then cold also gives me a 20% damage increase while they're cold. Diehard Sekiro Defender, catch myself defending Demon of Hatred way too often on Reddit. I mean, I legitimately... Demon of Hatred I will defend because I legitimately think is pretty good. Like... But I'm not going to defend, like, Headless, because I don't think Headless is pretty good. I'm not going to defend Shichiman, because I don't think Shichiman is pretty good. I'm not... I defend Bull a little, because I don't think it's as bad as people say, but, like... Loretta got promoted. I thought she was just a knight of the full moon. Turns out she's the queen. Good on you, Loretta. Oh, good arena for this, but bad fight. I don't have enough crystal darts. I only have 3 to trivialize this fight. But it looks like we shouldn't have too much trouble. There's plenty of space in this arena. Easy. Easy. First, I think Demon of Hatred is great, but yeah, Headless sucks. Isn't nearly as bad as Prompted, but Headless is a nightmare if you don't know the cheese to him. Yeah. I hate her. Well, mostly Waterfowl and Howling Tree. Fair.
Come out from whence ye hide.
Big issue with Sekiro is that I can't casually fight every boss with no issues without engaging in gameplay that feels diverse and have no interest in actually getting good at its systems. Gameplay that feels diverse. That you don't want... I'm not sure I understand that.
There are books and light aplenty.
About your worst bosses list earlier, am I the only one who thinks that Godfrey is the best made boss FromSoft has made? He's not your favorite, but I think he's the best, most fair. I think Godfrey's my... I would agree with that for base game. Elden Ring, specifically, I would not agree with all of FromSoft. But for base game Elden Ring, specifically, I would. I think Midra's more fair within Elden Ring, and then I think, like, 2/3, 3/4 of the Sekiro bosses are more fair, but... Okay, back to main gate. Sekiro is actually the most simple game of them all, I think. It's simple in some ways and very complex in others. What it asks you to do as a player is more complex, excuse me, than any other Souls, FromSoft, whatever game. But what it asks of you as a character builder, I guess, is much less complex. Guess you always forget to include Sekiro bosses. If you don't include Sekiro bosses, then yeah, Godfrey's definitely up there for sure. For sure, one of the most fair they've made. Going to like Margit and Morgott from base game. I find Margit to be fine. I hate Morgott. I think Morgott's dumb. I think casually it was awful. And I've already described why. And I think even once I got to speedruns, he still just can randomly ruin your run for no reason. Hitless, he's fine. But like, in both speedruns and casual play, I thought he was awful. Oh, we should swap to Great Stars now. Yes, yes. It's just kind of the better version. Any new talismans? Nope. Ooh, I can wear veterans. And I can wear veterans. Okay, very nice. Watching you in 2 different streams? Mine and GDQ. They're doing a rerun of what we did earlier. Morgott has a drag, to be honest. The spinny slam attack and the random input read ranged attack on top of it just makes him a boss I dread. Yeah, not my favorite. Talking about Consort? We have not been talking about Consort yet. We could talk about Consort. Excuse me, sorry. What do you think is the worst boss in any Souls ever? That's a really, really, really hard one. Because, like, the obvious answer is Bed of Chaos. That's the obvious answer. That's the basic answer. That's the safe answer that everyone will go, yeah, I agree with. But, like, I don't actually think is the worst boss ever. Like, I think it is the boss with the least positive qualities, but I also don't think it's the boss with the most negative qualities. It's just like, it's semi-forgettably bad. Like it's really bad and everyone does actually remember it, but like, it's not that frustrating. It doesn't make you want to like actually just uninstall because you're like, this is so, well, actually it kind of does. It kind of does, but I think that you get much more like negatives in some situations, and not everyone will have these situations, but in some situations you can have much more negative from something like Lamenter, for example, where like if your damage is low, you're literally just like, this just can't be done. Like, this is actually so it literally just can't be done. But if your damage was high, you were like, Lamenter, pff, easiest boss in the game. What are you talking about? Half-Light, yeah. Leda and Friends, who technically isn't a boss, but like I think there are things that can, for some people, be infinitely worse than Bed of Chaos, even though Bed of Chaos is consistently bad for everyone. Deacons have the same mechanic? They do? Deacons kill you if you don't kill them fast enough? I didn't know that. Ah. Deacons curse you. Oh. Huh. The DPS requirement on them's got to be a lot lower than Lamenter, but that also sounds awful. Rather fight Bed of Chaos 10 times in a row than one Royal Rat from DS2. If you're too slow, you get petrified at some point. It's unavoidable. I did not know that. So then, has anyone done Dark Souls 3 Fist only? Has that been done? Or is that like you have to skip Deacons or something? You can cancel the build-up by hitting the summoners. You can backstab the ones casting the curse on you. Apparently, it's not as bad as Lamenter. It can be done, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So yeah, Lamenter So it's still, I mean, I don't think most people would put Deacons as like an S tier fight or anything. But like, it still sounds like Deacons are not as bad as Lamenter then still. It's been done. Okay. As far as I know, nobody has ever done nor will ever do Lamenter fist only. Deacons is just tedious, yeah. Literal DPS check. Banjo had to use Black Flame on his run. His nothing run. Ah. Theo. What up, Theo? Yep, that's about what I expected. You know, for as much as the Magma Worm running around move does suck, at least it's not their whole body as a hitbox. You can actually stand by their legs and be fine. I'm gonna take the repose so that I can deal with this guy. Nice. Pretty sure the majority of people consider Dark Souls 3 in high regard. Unless you're a Dark Souls 2 enjoyer. And by enjoyer, I mean, like, the meme version of enjoyer, where, like, you like it, like, you know, Dark Souls 2 is the best. Then I feel like you feel the need to, like, put down Dark Souls 3 as, like, at least Dark Souls 2 was creative. Dark Souls 3 wasn't as creative. But outside of that, I feel like most people consider Dark Souls 3 to be a good continuation of Dark Souls that took what Dark Souls 1 did and refined it and made just like a more refined version. Even if it wasn't like ultra different, it was just good. It was just good bosses, good fights, good areas, you know. But there are definitely people that will massively try to talk down on Dark Souls 3. Would it be possible to play Nightrun in 21.9 without mods, or are we still being ignored? I would doubt that you can. I don't think there's been any announcement about that, but you can always try when it comes out. Mocked all your points without even arguing with me. I do think DS3 is a good game. Haha, take that. What's 21:9? That is a scale for your monitor. So the usual one is 16:9. That's a regular monitor. And then 21:9 is like, you take your monitor, keep it the same height, and then stretch it out sideways. Aspect ratio, that's the word. That's what the one I was looking for. PS3 didn't do anything new or special. It just feels so boring to you. I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with more of what I like. I like Dark Souls 1, so more of Dark Souls 1, but refined and better. I mean, I'm down with that. Because, like, ooh, Axe Talisman. We can go a charged attack build. Ooh, and Crystal Darts. Let's go. Because, like, Dark Souls 1 is, you know, is my baby. It was my first, the introduction to the genre, and it will always have a special place in my heart for that. But, like, if I directly compare Dark Souls 1 and 3, like, I don't think I can in good conscience say that Dark Souls 1 plays better than Dark Souls 3. I think Dark Souls 3 kind of just does play better. Even if DS1 is my baby. It's only a Pearl Drake +1. I think we do actually exchange that for Axe Tally. Pearl Drake isn't bad, but it's not like... Oh, look at that Danny. The Axe Talisman plus the charge attack tier does some good work. Very excited for Liza P DLC. What's your take on it? Looks great. I haven't played it yet, but looks great. I'm very excited as well. Ada's armor. Is better than what I've got on without going to heavy. Liza P DLC sounds cool, yeah. PS1 is more nostalgia and the world connection. Yeah, totally. Obviously it's nostalgia, you know, like, and I don't fault anyone for having nostalgia. I've got nostalgia for it. And yeah, the world connection is cool. I think it's overhyped and over talked about, the world connection. Like, I don't think that, like, I don't think that makes a good game personally. I think you could have as connected of a world as you want, but if the gameplay wasn't all there, then I think it wouldn't matter. I mean, luckily, I also think the gameplay in Dark Souls 1 is really good as well. But I think it is a little overhyped, a little over talked about, the world connection, as though, like, if the world is connected, then that makes it a 10 out of 10 game, and if the world is not connected, that makes it a 0 out of 10 game. Which obviously is hyperbole, and I'm even exaggerating the exaggeration that you would hear from somebody, but, like, I think the core gameplay is much more important. And I think the core gameplay in DS3 is better. Blood Flame Blade. We could buff our Great Stars with Blood Flame Blade. That could actually be an interesting build to do. So we wouldn't get Frost, but we'd get, like, Mondo Bleed, and we could make it heavy. That will probably be better once I actually have enough stats to make that work. It's basically infinite greases. Would Sekiro be better if Charmless was the default option? No. I don't think so. I think the fights would take a little bit too long. I think the damage that enemies do to you would be a little bit too much. And I think that the chip damage would discourage people from trying to block, which is what you should be doing if you can't get deflects. You should be blocking. And discouraging people from doing that would lead them into bad play patterns where they try to only dodge like it was Dark Souls. People would get taught wrong, people would get really frustrated at the game, and people would drop it without learning the game because they would have been taught wrong by a core gameplay mechanic causing them to take chip damage. So I think the default being with charm is much better than it would be if it was the default was charmless. Gotcha. Isn't New Game Plus supposed to up the difficulty? I'm like breezing through the game. It does up the difficulty, but not by a lot on the first New Game Plus. It ups it by less than the amount of power that you will have gained and the knowledge that you will have gained from playing through the game for the first time. And DS2, when it was back on Xbox 360 and PS3, I was #2 best PvPer on Xbox worldwide. It's one of the achievements you'll never forget. Was there a leaderboard? I don't remember there being a leaderboard. How would you know that you were the second best? Promise is ruthless, people would quit fast if that was the default, yeah. That's like a good recommendation of a challenge run to do if somebody's looking for something to do on their second run. Definitely not something I'd ever recommend for somebody's first run. Nice. He lost to his friend, who was first best, of course. Ah, true, of course. And, like, I don't mean to say that you were not the second best. I don't mean to say you sucked at PvP. I just mean to say, like, I don't know that it's something that's knowable. Is this all 56 out of 57? And we don't have the imbued key, so I think that's all. Let me double check. Yep, only missing 2. The grafted scion that I can't get to, and Makar. Cool. Let me double check that I can't get there. Let me double check that I didn't get the item. I did not. Okie doke. Best Elden Ring player ever in my household. Am I doing region locked? Yes, this is region locked. Fanside back, which took into account PvP stuff. Checked it a lot as a kid, but I moved on from PvP in all games for years. Brings out the worst in you. Okay. I mean, so yeah. So you were the second best on that particular fan site. That's, I mean, that's, yeah, that's still cool. It kind of depends on then how, you know, did all the quote-unquote best PvPers all use that fan site, or, you know, did some of the quote-unquote best PvP players not use that fan site? You know, like it. But still, being anywhere at the top of any leaderboard, even if it's just a fan-made leaderboard, is cool. Random bear. There it is. Idea was a kid, so just took that to heart. I mean, yeah, very fair. I have, in the past, been top 1 on leaderboards in Diablo 3 and World of Warcraft, where in Diablo 3, it's highest greater rift achieved. I had the highest greater rift that anyone had achieved at some point in a season. Which then, like, got taken. It's not like you hold on to that forever, but... And in World of Warcraft, I got the #1 logged parse, which is technically a fan site. It's not an official Blizzard one like the Diablo 3 one was. But it was used by, like, every single good player. They're like... It might as well have been official with how it was used by everyone. Which class in D3? I want to say it was Crusader that I got the highest with. Which was a weird one, because I'm not usually a Crusader. Usually I was actually Wizard in Diablo 3, which you wouldn't think. What? Mitch, a Wizard? He hates magic. But, in Diablo 3, it's not finite mana. It's, you know, it's like a constantly filling resource that you spend. So it was actually kind of fun. It's more like, man, that awesome takes me upset that there was no official leaderboard since you did a screenshot of that, kept it through the years. Yeah, totally, for sure. I get it, Tier. Name Sorcerer's class in most other games, less so in Souls-likes, yeah. I just cannot play an archer or a mage in a Souls-like where you spend your resources and then they're just gone. And it's just like, yeah, you spent your mana. You have now no more mana. It is just gone. That's it. That was the number of spells you got to cast. And now you get to cast no more spells. Or, yeah, that was the number of arrows you had. You've fired all your arrows. That was the number. You have now no more arrows. You get to now not fire arrows anymore. It's the same thing as yes, you have now used all your potions. You now have no more potions. The potions are gone. Like, it does not work for me. Oh, hello, O'Neill. You're alive? No, you're not alive. Okay. Just a little delayed death. Got him. Okay, nice. You don't like resource management as a mechanic. Not entirely true. Not entirely true. But mostly true. Mostly true. Like, resource management in a game where the point is resource management can be fun. Like, I like Resident Evil 4 a lot, and there's definitely resource management in Resident Evil 4. If you want to heal at all, you have to use your grass and like this. But like, I don't know, I felt like I was being like very rewarded for like managing it well, and I was okay with like, I'll die and redo from the checkpoint because I spent too many heals, and like things like that kind of made sense to me. Whereas in a Souls-like, you spend your resources and they're gone. Even if you die, you don't then go and get them back and then you get to use them again the next time. You do with mana, so technically my argument kind of falls apart. But with something like the Dark Moon Grass in Demon's Souls, you use it, you die, it's gone. So I don't think that all resource management is bad in all cases, but I think there are a lot of cases where it can rub me the wrong way, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. Bro stood up to die. Official leaderboard for a variety of different covenants in DS2, almost exclusively hackers who just gave themselves the highest possible values. Huh. But apparently liar. And Sunfire, I don't know. Infinite arrow bow would be cool. They have that in Night Rain. Night Rain, you get to fire infinite arrows, I believe. So I actually might try Archer in Night Rain. As much as I've been making fun of Chip for liking bow builds, I actually might try it out in Night Rain. Also, you get a constant supply of the resource. Yeah, in like Resident Evil 4, you run out of heals, it will just like give you a heal in the next barrel that you break open. Like, it tries to make sure that you're, like, you know, it does technically, like, difficulty adjustment to make sure that you're constantly dealing with your resources, but you're not just gonna, like, be out forever and be like, sorry, you got none left, ever. Music to my ears. Concept of farming for heals is what you don't like. Yeah, I guess that's more of it. It's more of, like, farming. Like, you can't farm in Resident Evil 4. That's not a thing. You can't farm. You play a mission and like you get you know this many barrels that exist in the mission, and that's it. There's no infinitely respawning enemies or Maybe after just a couple of weeks of Executor. That's right. I think Veterans is just better. I don't know that we're even going to get to Verdigris. Maybe I don't level any more Endurance. Maybe we have enough already. Weighted drops are good. Imagine you kept getting gunpowder, yeah. But Night Rain is if the soul experience is decent, don't really like playing with randoms. I expect it will be, but who knows. Maybe I think I do swap this for Pearl Drake. We lose 50 max health, which is about 3% max health. For how much damage negation is Pearl Drake? 1? It actually might be less than 3%. Because I think the maxed out is like 8%. Verdigris Discus needs you to fat roll to be worth it. Correct. Additional point to add about the blood vial comment I made like 20 minutes ago but forgot. I actually think the fact that it's a resource that is perishable is a good thing, combined with the rally mechanic. Because you don't want to waste your blood vials, the only other form of healing would be using the rally mechanic, which further forces you to play more aggressively, which I like. Except that it doesn't, though. That's... I think you're doing the thing where you're defending something because you like the game, not because it's actually good. Because it doesn't force you to use the rally mechanic, because you can farm infinite of them. You can. Right? So... the options, you know, could be either, oh, I need to not use them, or I need to farm them. But it's not, I need to not use them and I need to use the rally mechanic. I agree that the rally mechanic sounds cool. I haven't played with it really that much yet, except in Lies of P, which was kind of similar. But I don't think that is really valid to be like it forces you to use the rally mechanic when it doesn't, because you can just farm and then not do that. So at best it's then a choice between either use the rally mechanic or farm, and I still don't think that's a good trade-off.
So in Bloodborne, one of my most funny moments is I was doing Eileen's quest and I was at the very end. I wasn't paying attention. I was listening to music and singing and such. So I kinda thought Eileen was a crow enemy and I dropped my Kirk hammer on her face and she died.
No!
So to this day I still gone.
How dare you? I don't actually know who Eileen is. Did I go the wrong? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You dropped down at the thing. I forgot. Because like, I don't think that another, just being like there's a different mechanic that's good, and because there's this other mechanic that's good, therefore every mechanic elsewhere that's, you know, restrictive or bad means that you get to use the good mechanic more often. I don't feel like that's really a defense of the systems that are then not as good. I hate that one frame traps you. It'd be like, imagine if they gave you a dodge in Lies of P, but the dodge had like one single iframe, so it was just completely useless and it never did anything. And there were no attacks that it was good against ever, and it was just like a worthless thing. And then you're like, well, actually that's a good thing, because by making the dodge so bad, it makes it so that players are going to be more likely to use the guard mechanic, which is actually good and fun. And it's like, but then why even have the dodge mechanic exist and be bad. You could just either have no dodge mechanic and say this is a guard-only game, or you could have a dodge mechanic that is good and fun that people want to play with. Like, it doesn't enhance a good system to have a bad system as well. That's my point, at least. That I see your pint, and I raise you another. I'll ring 2 in one day. That's right. 2 different Elden ringings for the price of 1. I mean, really for the price of 0, because it's all free. Nice pint after a good day of essaying. The bad system can be a challenge. It can. It can. I personally feel like all systems in games should feel good, and you should feel good about using them, and you should like using them, and the challenge should come from the game playing into those fun systems so that you have to use the fun and good systems well. It shouldn't be make systems that suck, and that's the difficulty. The difficulty is whatever you do sucks and is unfun, and, you know, you'd never feel like pressing buttons because they are all useless. I want to feel like I'm overpowered, but that enemy is darn overpowered too, and I gotta figure out how to beat him. And some souls are kind of the opposite of that. They want you to feel almost like powerless and hopeless. And I guess that kind of works too, but... Okay, you. We have set our weapon up to be really terrible against Falling Star Beasts, because I'm pretty sure they're immune to Frost and Bleed. At least we've got good stagger, though. Okay. Start like that in all FromSoft games, but you grow. Yeah! I think that's what makes, like, Metroidvanias really successful as well. The feeling of power progression. Did I not grab the... Oh, there it is, Abandoned Coffin. Oops. I missed it. If you are OP and the enemies are also OP, what's the difference between early game and end game? Only more zeros on screen. I mean, it depends. There's a lot of ways to do differences between early game and end game. Like, so for example, in a Souls game, the general difference between early game and end game is an early game boss will often go, huh? Ugh. Boy, am I tired. Let me take a break. And then an end game boss will go, huh, ha, 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 huh, ha. Wait, ha. Just kidding. One more. Now it's your turn. Whereas in something like a Metroidvania, and I'll use Nine Souls as an example because it's kind of ow, ow, ow. Stupid Spyro guy. It's kind of in between. Ow, ow, stop. Oh my god. This guy just sucks no matter where they put him. The difference between early game and late game is early game, you have only a few things that you can do with your character. I don't want to be too spoilery about the like powers you get and stuff, but there's only a few things that you can do with your character, and you're only asked to do a few things. And by the end of the game, you've got a bunch of powers, but you're gonna need to like use almost all of them if you want to defeat bosses in a reasonable time. They're gonna ask you to do your specific, you know... Aww. I'm pretty sure I would have staggered if I hit him with that, but now his posture is reset. Okay, I guess it didn't fully reset because we still got that. All right. Okay. Only bad thing about this boss, beyond that he's a little bit too easy, is that you can't jump attack with big weapons unless he's doing the explosion attack after you jump the stomp. Yeah, well, it's not really a problem with the boss, it's a problem with the way that FromSoft designed jumping. But yeah, I think the way that FromSoft designed jumping is very silly. Definitely could have been better. Not gonna save up my bananas, I'm gonna meow. True. Oh, that was dumb of me. But we're fine, we're alive. Need more gamba. Okay.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hitless run over, unfortunate. What do you think of South Korea? What type of a question is that? I haven't been to South Korea, so I don't. But as a country, as a
meow, the wall.
A weird question.
Meow, the wall. Meow, the wall. Meow.
Meow.
The wall.
The wall.
Meow.
Meow.
The wall. Meow.
Does anybody see? Yes, that. There appears to be a cat on the wall. Final attempt, why? Because Night Rain's coming out, and I will not have time to do another attempt before Night Rain comes out. Oh. Okay. That was scary. I think this is the one we Mog out of. Yeah, it is. So, a little unfortunate that I didn't spend my runes beforehand, but oh well. I'll just lose 45k, it's fine. By the end of the run, 45k is not going to matter at all. Even if right now it matters a little. What do you think of South Carolina? I don't think I've been there either. I've been to several states. I've been to... Although I don't think I'd even remember a lot of them. I've just kind of passed through. Balls. What do you think of Australia? Hold on. Oh, Ymir. You know, haven't been there either. But they do have an interesting accent. Bye-bye. Of course he brings up the accent. What else am I supposed to? Okay. Okay. Where the heck is this guy? How does he see me instantly, no matter where I am? Where? Okay, whatever. Okay, I was pretty sure I dodged that, but alright. Was 4 people, all bosses run? We did it earlier today. It was on the Games Done Quick channel. Like tears in the rain. It's still on GDQ. I guess you can watch it right now because they're doing a rerun. Dude, contrary to what my name suggests, and don't particularly like horses. Wow. I really don't think you should have chosen that name then, which you totally chose on your own and was not a dare from your friends. That is not Deathblight Dancing Lion. That is just Dancing Lion. Because we already did Deathblight. Love me some random lightning. Bye-bye. Frost bleed, stance break, great stars moment. We love the great stars when it's cold. It's so nice just to be able to have all of the good things. It's got damage, not the best damage in the game, but it's got damage. It's got bleed, it's got frost, and it's got stagger. While being relatively fast, not like fast, but like relatively fast for its, you know, amount of those other things. Who's yelling? Bye. Ah, apparently. R1s are fast, even without comparing to anything, to be honest. I mean, they're not fast compared to, like, daggers and stuff. They're not, like, fast. But they're, like, they're a nice medium speed for a heavy-ish weapon, which is good. What weapon would you rather have than the current one, or is this the best one? I'd rather have Ala Blaster for sure. I'd probably rather have chicken wing, the Blood Fiend's arm. You know, not sure. Ah, I knew you'd come. Look, if you guys play with the Ala Blaster, you guys will agree.
Hydrate.
For the hydrate. We've been playing Night Rain. Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why this is the last try for this, is because I'm going to play Night Rain on release, so I have to finish this before Night Rain releases. So it's do or die on this run. We either get it this run, or if we die at any point, the dream is dead. We will no longer have time to finish this run before Night Rain if I die any one more time.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. So tonight we've got to get to at least 100 bosses. Probably we want to even get to like 110, 120 tonight, so that we'll have time tomorrow to finish it. Team TMZ. Tom, Mitch, Zoodle. Drake Knight armor. Yep, that's what I did not want you to do. That's why I started hitting instead of just running past. But it's fine. The 4-player run in July. No, we did a 4-player run today on the GDQ hotfix. The 4-player run has no more scheduled times that we will be doing it. We have done all of the scheduled times. We've done it at 2 different events. And otherwise, there are no more plans. I mean, I'd be down to do it more to grind out for sub 3 at some point, because sub 3 hours is a cool mark that we definitely could get, but that would require everyone to have time on their schedule, which will not happen for a while with Night Rain releasing. Okay, so we'll let the Knight's Cav go down, then we'll fight the Deathbird by itself. Three. I see what you guys are counting down to. quite standing in the right spot. Enemy fell off. Plus L, plus ratio. Oh, the Crystallians see you from a mile away. That's actually kind of good, because that hopefully means they'll... Oh, it's just one of it, too. And we've got a strike weapon, so, yeah... It's a little bit of bullying. Yippee! What are we counting? Forgot to Lion's Bonk it. Yeah, I could be using more Savage Lion's Claw, but eh. Savage Lion's Claw has a chance to get you, like, hit by things and stuff, so I'm okay with just not. Oh. I did not go for the full woo, because yeah, gonna let my voice rest. You have too many points. You could always save up for one of those really expensive point things. Like getting your name etched into history by flexing your points for 500,000. Getting your name permanently added to the description of the reward. Thank you for the good luck. Flex here soon, alright. Or you could be remembered not for your name, but for your deeds, if you removed all VIPs for $1 million.
I redeem the coin flip and chooses heads.
Ooh. Heads, though. That's not the one that never fails, so... Stone sword key, nice. This one is kind of dangerous. Okay, be careful on these, because I've had this area yeet me off before, and I do not want to be yeeted off again. Okay. Code Fall. Bye-bye. Oh, oops. Wrong way. Nice. Why is he so slow? Godefroy? Because he's an early game. Well, he's a copy of an early game boss, and early game bosses in this game tend to be pretty delayed. I don't know that I'd necessarily say slow, but certainly delayed. Even more underwhelming with no sound. Yeah. Ow, ow. I hate this Spyro spammer. But we shouldn't have to go back to that spot any more times. Don't kill a boss for 15 minutes. No can do. We gotta kill bosses. Bear witness. I think we can use this as like a measuring of what our pace is like. If we get to 69 before 420, then we're on a good pace. Whereas if we don't get to 69 by 420, then we're on a bad pace. Godefroy actually never says bear witness. I thought of a really mean thing to say. That... You know what? I'm just gonna say it and, like, know that I was going to not say this, but then I mentioned thinking about saying it, so now I have to. So anyway, the... Godefroy actually never says bear witness. Yeah, and your mother never says I love you, so... Anyway, that's me being mean for the day.
The result is heads.
Heads. This thing must be broken. It's supposed to always be tails. I specifically programmed it for that. Wait, it doesn't actually matter, but I'm gonna do, this way first. It's a scam coin. Got him.
Lazai has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
This is the Great Stars, yeah. You could get 2, but I would only recommend actually using 1. Okay, very rude there. Can just stay. I could kill it. It wouldn't take that long, but it's just not gonna bother me. Bird, you get back here. I do not like this shaded castle. It has
Crimson
brought me
underscore Aries
woe
88
before.
redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Oh. Everybody's coin flipping. Everybody wants to be timed out for Night Rain, I guess. Fails this time, surely. Just go all in on heads no matter what. Your memory is so bad? Why? I'm out for Night Rain? That's what everyone's doing. Everyone's getting themselves timed out for Night Rain. What time exactly will Night Rain be playable? For me, it's at 3 p.m. Which is 6 p.m. Eastern, which is midnight Japan time, question mark? I don't know. It's midnight somewhere. In 36 hours. Yes, exactly. Whatever time it currently is right now for you, switch the AM and the PM. Go 12 hours in either direction, and that is the time that it releases. Unless you're on a 24-hour time, in which case, do the 12-hour thing. Just add or subtract 12 to whatever it currently is right now. Tree Sentinel of the Briar. Picture of Melania, just right there. 37 hours for you, you think, because you're on console. That is actually true. I think console is midnight local time instead of a global release. Which is weird that it's different. But it is what it is. I have a feeling Night Rain will die out in 2 weeks, but we'll see. It could. But as long as it's fun for 2 weeks, whatever. That's fine. Like, I don't care. I'm not putting my eggs into the basket of Night Rain will be what I'm betting everything on. If Night Rain is bad, then my YouTube channel will die and everyone will leave my Twitch stream and no, I mean if we all decide we don't really like Night Rain and I just go back to, you know, playing Sekiro and getting ready for SGDQ, fine by me. That works for me. Will there be crossplay? Unfortunately, no. There will be no crossplay. Oh, Lobter. Oh, Lobter. Oh, tree spirit. Oh, the spirit of my tree. Oh. This might be a Mog out when we're done with this. And then just go a different way to get to the next boss.
The result is tails.
Nice. Yeah, for 13k, I can try. Trying to get out of here could be scary, but no, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. It was blocking the door, but it was not aggressive, so we're fine. Oh, hey, DTS, you're a little bit away from where you're supposed to be. You're kind of close. In the same region, at least. I told you Tails would never fails. Euphoria!
Crimson_Aries88 has been added as a VIP.
Yo.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Death Knight. It's a Death Knight. I don't think this weapon is actually big enough to true stagger a Death Knight, but we have mostly learned how to fight a Death Knight, so hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. I don't know if they're frostable or bleedable. They are frostable. Yeah, 165 base game, 42 DLC. Okay. Death Night Face. Why don't you backstab loop them? Because that's just not the way I learned how to fight him. I could, but I don't think that's faster. I don't know. If there's an easy backstab loop, I'd learn it if I saw like a, you know, video or whatever of someone doing it. But as far as I know, I'd have to like wait through one of their moves, then backstab, then wait through one of their moves, then backstab. And like, I don't feel like that's particularly faster than wait through one of their moves, charged R2, which staggers them, riposte, then charged R2 again. You know? Like, I feel like I get more damage from doing the charged R2s instead, but maybe I'm wrong. If I remember correctly, it's after almost every move, but it is still after a move. So, yeah, it's just trading out backstab for charged R2. Is that a good trade? Maybe. I feel like it's about the same, though. I don't feel like that drastically reduces the difficulty of the fight. Okay. Never allow that one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. Literally 1984. That's correct. Simultaneously so involved in the Souls community and yet an alien all at once. Glorp? I think Glorp would fit that description as well. Very involved in the Souls community and yet an alien. And Glurm. What is a permadeath run? If I die, it's over. Character's deleted. It is permanent death for the character. You die in-game. You die IRL. But you, the player, stay alive? Curious. Then is it truly permadeath? A little part of me dies with every character death. A large part of me dies with every character death. Every time we have Alablaster, my beloved, and the character dies, it just breaks my heart. I'll never get that run back. What NPC do we think that is? Dancer! Okay, not what I would have guessed from the appearance, but... Sure, that makes sense. Get pancaked? Got him. Input Reader of Rana. A more accurate name. We just got something that sounded important. Let me see what it was. Oh, a Somber Ancient. Yeah, not actually that important for us because we're already maxed. All missed 420. And it's all of your faults. Okay, I should double check my equipment. I feel like I might have something that I can replace. No, I'm not sure that I believe that Lada's has low armor for its weight class. I feel like Lada's has fine armor for its weight class. Like, if you compare these two, they're not, like, that much difference in weight, but Lada's is, like, clearly more defensive. So unless Drake Knight armor is just terrible, I feel like Lada's is completely fine. Did we find Invis Assassin yet? No. We have not. Yeah, no Omen, please. What if I go for Radon Lords and then I... Alana's Greaves? I think that's slightly better. Although actually no, let's see. I can't quite go back, but that's still fine. Look at these skinny little legs. These little... Compared to like the rest of the body, that looks so weird.
Custom well.
Bro skipped leg day for sure. Beast repellent torch can be good. Is Mesmer's helm good? Probably not good enough. Eventually Omen gauntlets could be. I'm just gonna buy it. Frick it, whatever. Give me more options. But I mean, it is a good point. If we haven't found Invis Assassin yet, we should prepare a summon. Just in case.
Hydrate.
Do I have enough FP for that? No, I don't. Oh, that one costs HP? Oh, but they'd be so useless. Okay, Grafted Scion. Funny seeing you here. Is he stuck? I think he was. Sometimes it's hard to tell depending on the size of the enemy. Some enemies get stuck, some do not. Is there a benefit to keeping your weapon in left-hand slot? There are two. One is, it's easier to two-hand while on Torrent, because you can't two-hand your right-handed weapon while on Torrent. So if I ever need to swap weapons around, it's more convenient for it to be in the offhand. Hi, Morgott. And then the second is if you find a Mimic, it will just often try to hit you with fist instead of your weapon, because it tries to swing with the right hand. Okay. I have to start using that. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Oh, Melania. I'm gonna get all my heals back. I probably won't need them, but I'm gonna get all my heals back, just in case. Do you think you could get stuck at like 206 out of 207 and not remember what boss you missed, or is there some kind of failsafe? There's a list here. So I can drop down this, and it's got a list of everything, so I can always check through for which one I missed. Plus, since it's region locked, I have to know which ones I've completed in each region every time so that I can exit the region. Otherwise, I'd be breaking the rules of the run. Waterfowl me? Yep. That's the first time I've seen that happen. Her, rot explosion got misplaced because of terrain. So it was like right under her. Okay. It's nice that the tracker includes scaling info as well. Yeah, it's a really good tracker. It's nice. Not a bad arena for Melania? Yeah, plenty of space, which was nice. Post damage is massive. Yup. Okay, now can I don't need to verdigris. I could Omen, but it's not even like significantly better than Veterans. Mostly it's just Crucible that I want. Yeah, that's probably enough endurance. So I think we go strength from here. Try to keep our damage keeping up with the enemy scaling. I believe that we're closer to SGDQ. Time does fly. What are the super scary bosses that are remaining? Wormface is definitely the most scary one that's remaining. I don't think we've fought either Consort yet. What other ones do I suck at? Well, actually, I'm pretty good at Consort, but like he's just scary because he just is like a big difficult one. There's a lot of ones that really shouldn't be that hard, but I kind of am not that great at that could be left. Invis Assassin, that's true. Invis Assassin is one of the big scary ones that is left. Regardless of scaling, Invis Assassin can just mess you up. I'm just gonna play this very safe again, because I have had a run die here before. What about Snail? Truly the scariest. Snail is done. Have we seen Fia's champs? I don't think so. Fia's is a scary one that's left. Aren't there multiple snails? Yeah, but there's the Godskin duo snail. That one's kind of scary. And then there's the Crucible Knight snail that you just ignore the Crucible Knight and hit the snail and it dies, and it's like, wow, that was easy. Oh Lord, he coming. Somewhere, a heavy door has opened. There's Gary and his snails, honestly, somewhat scary. Esker is a pretty scary NPC with his bleeding dogs. There's definitely some scary stuff left. Did we get Wormface yet? We have not. I'm just hoping we don't get it in an arena where we start super far away and it starts with that spit attack again, because that was actually unmanageable last time. Okay, this is our second of 3 Ghost Flame Dragons, and this is again not the summoning one. So the summoning one is saved for last, which could get scaled way up, which would be bad. That could be another possibly scary one. What? It's on the roof. It's on the roof. Oh, it made its way back down. Okay. Ooh, Halig Tree Medallion. That means we have to deal with an invasion now. So let's do that now before I forget. Showing a rerun of your 4-player all bosses on the GDQ channel right now. Yes, yes they are. Bye-bye, Ensha. Bye-bye. The roof. Meow. Don't know if he has Winter Lanterns randomized. I know there's an option to exclude them. We do have the option to exclude them. We are excluding the Winter Lanterns. That would, yeah, that would be rough if they were randomized in. Is there a reason Ensha isn't randomized? I'm guessing because he starts around the corner and has to run in at you, and maybe that scripting doesn't work with other NPCs? I don't know, actually. That's actually a good question that I do not know the answer to. Get mad on the phone, yeah. Oh, hello, Fire Giant. Just clear this out a little bit. I think Fire Giant's gonna do friendly literal fire. Didn't really mean to take that post, but it's fine, I guess. Yeah, no, he seems to be doing friendly fire. Legend felled. Death Fire Giant, more like Dead Fire Giant. Pretty much fully invincible when he gets up. Makes sense, because otherwise he needs so much more damage getting up from a riposte. Yeah, but it makes it so that, like, oftentimes the strategy is to just never take a riposte, because you can hit him while he's standing up normally, but you can't hit him while he's standing up from a riposte. So you oftentimes just lose damage taking a riposte. So I don't agree with that as a design choice. I think if ever it's better to not take the riposte, you should take away the invulnerability after a riposte, so that it becomes more even or in the riposte's favor. Because I think ripostes are fun, and not taking them is less fun than taking them. worth it. How's the run looking so far in terms of bad bosses out of the way? We've gotten a lot of bad bosses out of the way, but there are still several left. Deathblight Lion out of the way already. O'Neill out of the way. Several bad NPCs like Gideon out of the way. Weird to me that Night Rain added special effects just to show you that some attacks are grab attacks. I like that. I didn't know that they did that. I think that's a good change. I think I really like that in Sekiro. I don't think I've seen it yet in Night Rain, so maybe I'll hate the way it looks in Night Rain. Maybe I'll be like, oh, they ruined it. But I really like that in Sekiro, that they let you know it's a grab attack. It makes it so that even though grab attacks are always still like the most dangerous types of attacks, it feels very fair when you're like, yeah, okay, yep, that was a grab attack. I knew that was a grab attack, and my bad, I, did the wrong thing. Has Rick showed up yet? I don't think so. Look for a summon to buy from Roundtable for Assassin. That's probably a good idea. We should probably do that right now, just in case, before I forgot. If there was a weapon that just one-shotted every boss, would you use it? For speedruns? Absolutely.
I've decided I'm off in
For just playing for fun? No.
That it's incantation. Very well.
A hat. Let's see. Any good summons? Doesn't even necessarily need to be good, it just needs to be usable. No. No. Just no summons. No summons, no torch. I guess there's some bell bearings I haven't offered up yet. How many times do you think you've beaten this game? At least 2. I would agree with that. Oh, sorry, but yeah, this is also actually my first playthrough at the same time. Oh, I've already checked these. Sorry, so, yeah. Yeah, I guess there's just no summons. That's unfortunate. On the verge whether the deluxe edition for Night Rain is worth it or not. What does it have? It's probably not worth it, but unless you, like, if you want the things in it, but. First time I beat it, I was blindfolded. That's right. Didn't even have sound cues to guide me. It was blindfolded, no sound. I just played by raw instinct. Includes the future DLCs. Oh. Yeah, that probably is worth it then, I guess. How much extra is it? $15? Okay, okay. So it only makes it $55. That's That's fine enough, although I do find it kind of annoying when they're like, we already know that we're going to have more content for you to pay for later. Pay for it now, please. Like, I don't mind DLC being made, and I don't mind DLC being paid for. And, like, I will pay for DLCs. It's just, it feels kind of annoying when it doesn't yet exist, but they're like, we know for sure that we want to charge you for something in the future. It's pre-order, kinda. It's pre-order for something that's not even, like, necessarily in stages of being almost complete. Pre-ordering is also a blight. Yeah. Gotta fund the DLC somehow? Well, presumably that would be with sales of the game, but... Or, presumably, that would be, it's FromSoft. They don't need help funding nothing. They sold 1 billion copies of Elden Ring. They got monies for days. They're fine. But to be fair, I think there's some obvious stuff that I don't think they could have done with the development time they went through. For instance, none of the Shadow of the Erdtree weapons are in the game currently, and I imagine they'd be adding a bunch of new bosses as well. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand it. It's just, I don't know. I would have either preferred that they wait and add that to the game before launch and then launch it with that stuff. Would have obviously been like, that would have been awesome. Or release it, then go like, okay, now we want to worry about adding stuff and then like add that stuff later. Like, and even if it's just like, well, then I'm just paying more. I just don't get the option to buy it for less. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of okay with that, just like there being the price. I just... Maybe I'm just too... I don't know. Market forces built. Ooh, drawing room key. When we get to Mount Gelmir, we can do that then. Where... Like, I don't like putting pressure on people or, like, fear of missing out or whatever. Even if it's technically getting people a good deal. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too afraid of these kinds of things. Maybe it's fine. $18. Rubs me the wrong way. If they said the DLC will cost X dollars, so pre-ordering will save you Y dollars outright, then fine. Yeah, I don't know. Almost sucks, and I hate its use in marketing. Yep. They don't say when in Q4 of 2025 that is listed in their product description. Huh. So, what up? If Night Rain was subscription-based, I would hate it. You know, that's very fair also. Excuse me. Ooh. Ah! Let me go. Oh, I'm gonna get hit here. Am I gonna get hit again and insta-die? I did. Damn it. Well. Rip. We cannot finish this challenge. Yeah, I should have recognized it was gonna hit me sooner and healed. And then we would have been fine, but I thought I could still make it even after the Forg hit me, and I was just wrong. Any shackles? I'll check, but I'm pretty sure we do not have any shackles. Are they... They're under usables. Yeah, no shackles. Yeah, I got hit by the Forg, and I should have instantly recognized that I didn't have enough time, because... Did he hit me, like, twice? I was just, like, so slowed down there. I feel like even usually if I get hit, I'm still fine to make it to the bottom. But I couldn't do anything there. So I needed to just immediately heal. Like, that was just really, really awful. Not only did we get hit, not only did it slow us down so I couldn't get to the bottom, we got hit for 1 billion damage. We were so low on life. So, that sucks. Nothing I could do once I didn't get the heal off. I just got stuck in getting hit twice. I knew one wouldn't kill me, but I was just really hoping I wouldn't get hit twice, but of course I did. 2 shots always, no? Nope, let me show you. Does under half my health. Turns around, does under half my health. And we would have been fine if the Forg did not hit for 1 million. Or if I had just healed. So. Unfortunate. That means that we have officially failed this challenge forever. At least for a month and a half, until after SGDQ. We have no more possible time to try again. Died. Yep. A month is forever. Yep. That was a really, really unlucky enemy to get right there. And I did not deal with it entirely properly. No, we're just going to end for tonight. We already did a full 3 hours in GDQ and then a full 4 hours here, so that's about right. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. Probably just Sekiro, I guess. But yeah, that's it. The challenge is officially lost, which sucks because I have the skills to do it. I've had the skills to do it for a very long time, but we cannot get even remotely lucky at all, so it is what it is. That is the nature of Randomizer. Sometimes you just get shit on. Sometimes everything just goes wrong. Yeah, well. Let's find someone to raid here. Let's see. Let's raid. Oh, this sounds kind of fun. Ain Run is playing Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Possible spoilers. But he's going for a no-hit run in the games, which sounds like fun. Sounds like a fun challenge. So we'll see how that's going for him. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.